I have no clue what Pacino Abraham is. But Shadow has decided that all my pens on my desk need to be rolled onto the floor. She is very, very insistent about this. Gotcha. Notice anything different about Shadow? She was spayed last week. I don't know if I'm becoming a cat person or my cat is becoming a cat dog because she has become very, 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 very affectionate. Very affectionate. I don't think you guys can hear the purring. Can you hear the purring? It's not a very loud purr. It's a just chatting stream, Charlie. There's a lot of things I could make videos about, but Andrew!
How's it going, Jacob?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. Well, I'm getting ice cream right now.
Ice cream?
Yep.
It's late at night.
Yep. All the more reason.
To get ice cream.
Yep.
Aren't you going to church tomorrow?
Yeah, I've got like a week and a half worth of lectures to catch up on.
Aha!
Yeah, I kind of need to do that. Yeah.
You've been pretty good about not coming to stuff because you're supposed to be doing homework. So you must have been doing homework.
Yeah. Yep.
Just a lot of homework to catch up on
No, a lot of lectures to catch up on.
that you didn't listen to.
Yep.
Mm.
Who knew I would actually have to learn this stuff?
Well, chemical engineering comes in really handy when you're Pope.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to be a monk to be a pope, though. Yeah, I don't know. I think
There's no rule that says you have to be a monk to be Pope.
No, well, the candidates are monks and bishops. So either way, no popes with families.
I'm telling you, after you become a candidate for bishop, you can just pray for your wife to die. Like, God will make it happen because you'll be a holy person.
You say so, Jake.
Well, you certainly shouldn't murder her just to become a bishop. That's not a good thing to do.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good thing to do either.
Yeah. It was actually very sad when I looked up. Father Stephen mentioned that they had a new Metropolitan, and I looked up what happened, and I was like, "Oh wow, the old Metropolitan was not a good person."
That's not good.
Yeah, he was forced to resign, and hopefully, he's living his life in seclusion and repentance.
Yeah. There's a long tradition of exiling people to monasteries.
Yep.
Yep. Um, well, I'm gonna get ice cream. But
You go get ice cream.
yep.
Talk to you later. Oh, are you gonna stick around and get ice cream just so we can watch you eat?
Yeah, I just didn't want to, feel the.
Oh, so you're gonna mute and go get ice cream. I understand. Okay. Shadow has decided she wants to eat my what you call it? My
Is the
headphones.
Are cats and dogs living together? Is it
Cats.
messianic turns?
Yes, cats and dogs are in fact living together. It's funny. Happy now sleeps underneath the valley of the shadow of death for no good reason. This is the kitty, and the puppy's sleeping over there. For some reason, not on her bed.
I remember having whatever biblical questions, and now I've completely forgot them all. So fun
Good.
times.
I'm opposed to discussing the Bible. I never do that.
Oh, great! You're halfway to being Orthodox already. Yeah. I don't know. I think right now I'm just trying to understand liturgy.
There's no understanding liturgy.
You Hasid. I heard someone had a kid while you were on your trip.
Someone had a kid?
Right?
Oh, Ethan. Ethan, as far as I know, she still hasn't given birth.
Okay.
But
Goes well.
she's due. She has been due for a while. Yeah.
Do you just hang around near the hospital at that point, or?
I mean, at some point they start inducing, and yeah, I don't know how long after the due date do doctors induce? 2 weeks or more past your due date. When nearing 1 to 2 weeks beyond the due date. Yeah, so when was I there? I was there a few days ago. Charlie wants to know what flavor ice cream you're getting.
There's this funky flavor they got here called the Hokey Pokey. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. It tastes good.
Hokey Pokey. Let's see
Yep.
what Dr. Google says. Hokey Pokey ice cream. Hokey Pokey is a flavor of ice cream in New Zealand, consisting of plain vanilla ice cream with small solid lumps of honeycomb toffee. Hokey Pokey is the New Zealand term for honeycomb toffee. The original recipe until around 1980 consisted of solid toffee, but in a marketing change, Tip Top decided to use small balls of honeycomb toffee instead. It is the second most popular ice cream flavor after vanilla in New Zealand, and a frequently cited example of Kiwiana. Okay. It is also exported to Japan, Australia, and the Pacific Islands. So, is that it?
Yep.
I like toffee. I don't know why you need to add vanilla to it. And it's a strange thing for a whole country to prefer both vanilla and vanilla with toffee to chocolate.
Because it tastes good, man.
Chocolate tastes better.
I think, like, good vanilla ice cream is better than chocolate. Yeah, that's right.
My cat decided that my computer needs to shut down. I have to put something on top of that button because she keeps on stepping on it.
So, super random question.
Super random answer.
You've talked about different, like, traditions in Judaism before.
I have.
Yeah. So, can you, like, hop around?
So, actually, I was talking to somebody recently about this. Who was I talking to recently about this? Who was I talking to recently about this? Oh, Trey. So the fact is that I can't figure out a good way of stopping my cat from shutting down my computer, but we'll figure that out later. So there is a difference between being Jewish and practicing Judaism. So just because you don't practice Judaism doesn't mean that we don't consider you part of Israel. And just because you're a part of Israel, obviously that doesn't mean you practice Judaism. And so, for example, a Jew who belongs to a different religion, let's say they become Christian, God have mercy, they're not practicing Judaism, but they're still people we would consider to be Jews and hope. So, for example, Local Distance, right? Or Andrew Klavan, or any of the many Jews who, who come from a Jewish background, but know almost nothing about Judaism, and then get introduced to Christianity, and Christianity is better than no Judaism at all. And so I'm kind of glad that, for example, Andrew Klavan found Christianity, because that's better than the type of Judaism he was practicing. Now, until about 40 or 50 years ago, Reform and Conservative, they had the same standard as far as who is Jewish, in terms of they didn't really do conversions very often, if at all. And they said that if your mother's Jewish, you're Jewish. So there were all of these congregations who were basically practicing a different religion they called Judaism, but they were still Jewish. But what's happened over the past 50 years is particularly Reform has decided that on patrilineal descent, meaning that if your father's Jewish, they will consider you Jewish if you were raised Jewish. So basically, and there's started being much more conservative and Reform conversions. And so increasingly, members of Reform, certainly, and even conservative synagogues are not halakhically Jewish either. And so that's kind of causing all kinds of stuff, because it used to be that a lot of people, including basically most of my family, they think that Orthodox Judaism is real Judaism. They just think, oh, we're not that religious, so we'll go to a Reform or a conservative synagogue. And it's like, no, actually Reform and conservative have beliefs in what constitutes Judaism, which is different from Orthodox Judaism. They're not just people, they're not just of the opinion that, oh, we're not good enough Jews to be Orthodox. You know what I mean?
Yep. Happens with us Christians too. But I mean, we were walking on Pico Robertson, and you pointed out well, maybe I'm getting this wrong, but you pointed out Sephardic synagogues and
yeah, those are different liturgical traditions. Those are all Orthodox.
So if you just go to a different liturgy, are you chilling?
You are chilling. But actually, most of the difficulty. You're still supposed to use. Generally, there's some disagreement about this as well. some people would say you should use the liturgy of the congregation, but it's become very common that you have your own prayer book and what you're used to, and so like the differences in the liturgies are pretty minor. Will you please stop trying to destroy my monitor? Thank you. Um, I have no idea what Shadow's trying to catch, but she's trying to catch something. So stop it. Most of the differences are minor, and so like you can follow along and use your own liturgy, but like generally I prefer to go to some place where they're having the liturgy that's my liturgy, and I can follow along with it exactly. And like there are certain things like Yom Kippur services with Ashkenazim, like they are so different. I just love Sephardic Yom Kippur services, and have a really hard time dealing with Ashkenazi Yom Kippur services. But yeah, people definitely, especially in Israel, they'll go to like, because especially people who pray 3 times a day, right? And they go to a minyan, right? Because in order to have services in Judaism, you need to have 10 adult men, right? You can't just pray by yourself. And so people will go to a convenient minyan, and whatever the liturgy is at that minyan, that's what the liturgy is. So, yeah, there are three very common main liturgies, and then there's a few less common ones. Like I was surprised. Now we have a Yemenite synagogue in Los Angeles, because Yemenite is actually pretty rare, but apparently we do. And yes, there is a reason why I'm holding a cat over my head, because if I don't, she'll destroy everything. Well, not everything. Will you destroy everything?
Alright. This is going to be a very open-ended question. How are people uniquely hypostases of God?
How are people uniquely hypostases of God? So actually we were kind of discussing this in the Tanya discussion that I have with Ben, which is God is infinite, right? And this is ultimately the question of the one and the many, right? Because God is infinite, in order for the finite to grasp the infinite, God, in essence, reduces himself into many different parts, which an infinite many of which can, in a sense, represent God himself, right? So you get little glimmers of God in a finite world, which helps to manifest an infinite God in a finite world.
Yep. But
did that explain it?
I mean, yes. Also, how does that relate to people?
Well, people are representations of God.
Yeah, but everything's a representation of God.
But people are uniquely made in the image of God, and that's why when it says, right, in the image of God,
Yes.
he made it, male and female, he made them. So a full human being, which is a married couple, is uniquely representing God as described in Genesis 1, verse 27 specifically.
So what's this whole Spirit of God thing they keep talking about?
What Spirit of God thing I talk about?
I don't know. You know, everyone
You mean
talks
Genesis
about it.
1 too?
Yeah.
Oh, my video is not working apparently.
No, it is.
It is?
Yep.
Tiffany says my video is not working.
Well, Tiffany's camera isn't working.
Hold on, let me see if it's working on YouTube. My channel. Yeah, it looks like it's working on YouTube. Maybe it's not working on Twitch. It's working on Twitch. Sorry, Tiffany. It's all your fault. I just checked on Twitch, Tiffany. It's all you. Hey, Sandy. Oh, Andrews is kind of black, but that's because he's out in the dark.
Yeah.
Now Charlie's on Twitch. How you doing, Tiffany? Sandy thinks you give an interesting perspective.
Thanks, Sandy. I am very glad for it.
Gartham thinks we should go to bed.
I've got ice cream to eat, Garth.
Charlie says, feels wrong to listen to theology talk on Twitch. I'll stick to YouTube.
Charlie, all things he has made for the good and whatever benefit of mankind, something like that.
Even
Twitch.
Twitch? Are you sure?
Hey, it's got a, I don't know, spark of divinity in it or something.
Spark of divinity in it?
Yep. Yeah, I'm sure I get all of my theological concepts wrong. Oh my gosh.
Actually, it was very interesting listening to the Bible study while I wasn't there.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. Sometimes you say things that are profoundly, right, but I don't think you quite understand them.
Okay.
Of course, that implies that I do understand them, which may also be just Havel Havalim.
Yeah. I don't know, Jacob.
I don't know either, Andrew. That's the problem. That is the problem. Did you watch the conversation with Spencer?
Between PVK?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
It was really good.
Okay.
And I'm not just saying that because I'm friends with both of them.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes PBK annoys me. Yeah.
I don't know. He rarely annoys me. He's sometimes just like he laughs things off and like doesn't discuss them, which is weird to me. But like I've gotten used to it. Claire thinks I don't talk about Michael Servetus enough.
I don't know, man. I think distributed cognition is a thing, and given that I don't think I could find someone who cares about Michael Servetus in 50 miles radius from me.
I care about Michael Servetus.
Other than you,
the holy martyr, Michael Servetus.
Okay, other than you, Jacob.
I'm within 50 miles of you.
Yeah.
Gartham went to bed. Have a good night. Don't get mugged, Andrew.
All right. Have a good one, Garth. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Charlie says, I'd like to see Andrew give a presentation about Twitch to his Coptic church elders.
Oh, good Lord.
Do Coptic churches have elders?
No.
No.
I mean, we have, like, say,
Tiffany, it's a just chatting stream. We'll talk about anything. And Charlie says, as long as we avoid Luther, I'm happy. You're not happy. My dog is happy. Ta-da-da.
Yep.
Now you're making me hungry.
Okay.
I could use some ice cream, but not hokey pokey. Chocolate ice cream.
Yeah, my dad is a big fan of vanilla and pecan.
Honestly, I'll take any type of ice cream, but I tend to like fruit-based ice creams, and I especially like raspberry dark chocolate chip.
Man, okay.
Yep.
What about white chocolate raspberry?
That's good too. Well, white chocolate? Hold on. I don't like white chocolate. I am not a fan of white chocolate. White chocolate is just too sweet.
I don't get you.
It's too sweet.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's like,
perfect.
It's just sugar. It's not chocolate.
Who cares? Who cares?
What do you mean, who cares? I care. I want to smell. I want to taste the chocolate in my chocolate.
Chocolate's bitter. Chocolate's bitter.
That's why I like chocolate.
Oh my gosh. Do you drink coffee?
Not really, but I do like chocolate.
This guy. You're a hypocrite, Jacob. You're a hypocrite.
Why am I a hypocrite? I actually like the taste of coffee. I don't drink coffee because for like it's just too much trouble, and I end up putting way too much cream and sugar in it, and it becomes like a treat. It's no longer a drink. But I like the taste of coffee.
Decaf, get decaf.
It has nothing to do with the caffeination. It's just
really. You like bitter though.
I love bitter, but I like bitter with sweet.
Jacob, you're killing me.
Bittersweet. You've never heard of bittersweet before?
Nah, you got me there.
Apparently, the local Baha'i center got vandalized or something.
Man.
Charlie says you sound white. Sandy says real ice cream, not the fake stuff. Who makes those flavors? In Los Angeles, we have all kinds of flavors. My signal was just crap there for a moment. Okay. Sandy says white chocolate is very bad for you.
Sandy, you haven't eaten enough white chocolate. I tell you, man, very good for the tongue.
I think it'll be better really soon when I leave this area. I'm doing my security patrols right now. Yeah, so Tiffany's a security guard right now.
Awesome, man. Yeah, my one of my friends, former EMT now, he's like doing national park stuff.
Mm.
Basically, like wilderness security guard, you know. But yeah. What's the profound thing that I didn't realize?
I don't know if you didn't realize it, but like you were talking about beauty and the importance of beauty, and it was like, yeah, there is an important. I mean, so let's pull up the tree.
Uh-oh. I mean, yay.
So, do you know what Tiferet means?
No.
Usually gets translated as beauty.
Okay.
And if you'll notice, so Tiferet is right
It's
in
the
the
heart.
middle,
Yep.
and it is a combination of severity and kindness or mercy. And so there's a certain truth to beauty that, but the Jewish concept of beauty is very different from the Greek concept of beauty, and I think that's important. So Yosef likes to talk about how Rabbi Sachs likes to talk about the differences between like the Greek concept of beauty and the Jewish concept of beauty. And I'm not nearly as familiar as he is with how Rabbi Sachs tries to explain the differences between them. But in Judaism, beauty is like how the sum of great things can be greater than the parts. Whereas there seems to be a sort of Greek conception of beauty that it is a thing of itself, right? So, and I think that's how you got caught up with Mitch in that discussion of some things are just ugly, right? So true beauty is when like there so I was at a graduation ceremony today, and one of the speakers said the stars can only shine if it's dark outside. And there is some truth to that, right? There's Yitron ha'or min ha'choshech. The greatness of the light is that there has been darkness. And so there is a sort of beauty that depends on there having been ugliness, but at the same time, like there is a difference between beauty and ugliness, and something that is ugly, and it doesn't. And you seemed to get that, like you had trouble explaining what you meant, and I wasn't there to like exactly clarify what you were trying and understand what you were trying to say, but it seemed like you and Mitch were loggerheads, and it would have been a different kind of conversation if I had been there and saying things than just listening to the two of you talk. So that was interesting to me.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm right about everything, and everybody else is wrong about everything. You may have noticed.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think it got very polemic, which is good.
Sandy says, I love white chocolate, but my ex has diabetes. I'm speaking from both realities. Eat real chocolate. So missed you at Hebrew Bible study, couldn't get it explained. My son taking 30 years to process the language I taught him. That is beauty. Watching the fullness of the culmination of 30 years of not seeing it before the language came back out. And now every time his staff and I witness it, oh my. So Sandy has a son named Jacob who's deaf.
Yeah.
We should probably go to bed.
No.
No?
No.
No. Like, you're staying up when you have homework to do, and if you didn't have homework to do, you'd be going to church.
Jacob, bedtime is like 12:30.
Bedtime is 12:30.
Yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling.
We're chilling. Okay.
Yep. Plus, I've got Dorito seeds, so you know.
You have Doritos and chocolate? And ice cream?
Yeah.
Doritos and ice cream?
I mean,
So,
obviously ice cream.
I am hoping that you were like, okay, I'm going to do a bunch of homework, and once I finish all my homework, I'm going to treat myself to a bunch of junk food. And you did all your homework, and that's why you're treating yourself to all this junk food. What's so funny?
No.
That is not what happened?
No. I've got a week and a half worth of lectures to catch up on.
Okay.
Definitely have not finished that week and a half.
Well, okay, but you made a dent in it, right?
Yep.
So, okay, then, like, rewarding yourself for forward movement is a good thing.
Yep. Your AirPods that are in my first video.
Yeah, I got that too. Oh, whoa! How did it happen? How did you steal a part no less?
Charlie has not been doing his Hebrewing. Sandy says, I raised 2 boys. Andrew left 30 seconds later than me. I almost miss those years, kids in school. Yes, you probably should. In fact, well, so Charlie was actually reading Hebrew pretty well.
That's good.
Yep.
Mhm.
How's your Coptic coming along?
It is coming along. I know pronunciation of letters, so that's good.
How's your Arabic coming along?
Yeah, have not started at all.
The good thing about learning Arabic is if you learn Arabic, then it's easy to learn Hebrew.
Okay.
And that's the
Yeah.
only good reason to learn Arabic, is because it'll make it easier to learn Hebrew.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man,
Woman.
child.
Parent?
How did people even come up with this stuff? You know?
Rajdeep! Shouldn't you be
Hey, how's it
sleeping?
going, man?
Yeah, I probably should.
We should all be sleeping. What are we doing awake?
I'm eating.
That's what
burritos.
I was wondering what you guys were doing.
Charlie's learning Hebrew. Ish, Isha. Ish means man in Hebrew, and Isha means woman.
Ish and Isha.
Yes. How's your Punjabi?
Good. I've hired a tutor, so she's been giving me some lessons, and meeting with her twice a week. I'm already seeing an improvement in my day-to-day
Recitation?
speech.
Oh, okay.
No, not so much with the recitation, but more so with using it as a living language.
Is she single?
No, she's over in India. She's got kids. But I've been getting what do you call him? Oh, it's Hezi. What's up, Hezi?
It's kind of Kazi. There's Kazi.
Kind of.
What's up, guys?
The
What are you guys
my
doing
aunt's been.
How's it going, man?
Sorry, Raj, go on. Your aunt.
No. My aunt, she's I'm starting to get the, what do you call them? The profiles of the girls who are also eligible, the eligible bachelorettes, right?
Nice.
So the system is still functioning.
That's good. That's really good.
Yeah.
Jacob,
Kazi.
Andrew, I know why you're here because you're a college
Cozy.
student and you're not doing anything right now. But Jacob, what are you doing here so late?
I was actually like, hey, if I start a late stream, Kazi will come on.
You're traveling around the world. You guys see this? Raj, Andrew, you see Jacob goes around meeting all these people in the TLC, visiting them in their houses. They're really putting his not only talking the talk, but walking the walk. Very inspiring, Jacob.
Yes, sir.
Actually, Sherry's place is like a little slice of Gan Eden, I have to tell you. It was
does
beautiful.
look gorgeous.
Yeah. She's
so-
got 160 acres.
Raj, did you go
Dogwood
to?
trees?
Oh my God, huge.
What was that, Hezi?
Did you go to Chino?
I did.
And what were your thoughts? Did you feel?
Oh, you got a call.
Do you feel like John, Paul, and Jonathan made progress, moved forward, dove deeper, or do you feel like this was, in a certain sense, just like more of the same conversation, or was there development? And I'm putting that aside of, did we enjoy Chino? Was it helpful? Was it nice? Like all that could be true, but I'm talking about, let's say, as far as the conversation goes, do you feel like there was headway, more clarity?
To be honest, I couldn't tell you. I don't think I was paying close enough attention to those conversations, and I haven't really listened to what's been posted.
All right.
And I should probably do that in order to give you an actual answer as to whether or not it seems like there's progress being made.
Honestly, like I almost started a repenting of Chino stream, which I was going to explain all the ways in which we need to repent, as in think about what happened. And like I was like, people are gonna tell me I'm being too critical and whatever, and it's like, no, I think there's just so much more potential than we've been actually actualizing in this little corner.
Okay. Well, how do you see that potential? Because I think for me, most of the experience was mainly around meeting with the other people, and I guess maybe feeling that potential and that energy that's there. And it was much more about like what was going on stage. For me personally, was almost just incidental. I was much more
exactly
in what was going on off stage.
Exactly. And that's the thing that a lot of people, I think, like, so listening to PVK and his stream talking about Chino, and it was like, people were saying, yeah, it was great that it was only 200 people. I'm like, oh, you guys just don't get it. Like, it wasn't about PVK and Pajot and VVK or Verbeke talking to each other, and because they can talk to each other, like they don't need to be in, like it's probably good for them also that they speak to each other while they're in the same room and spend time with each other and stuff like that. Yeah, that can be helpful for them. But
Right.
for me, it was like, okay, so I would say average cost that people spent on coming to Chino was like at least $1,000 a person.
Right.
And there were 200 people there. Did we get $200,000 bang out of that conference? I'm not sure we did. I think we could have spent $200,000 a bit better. And Rabbi Mullet is up way too late. Why are you up so late, Rabbi? And part of that is like not being professional, like convention. Well, I have professionally worked conventions and events like this. So like I know ways that we could have brought the cost down and brought the value up, which I mean, I suggested some of them to John and he found them like repulsive, which I understand because they're commercial, but like commercial concepts work, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I would say $1,000 is a minimum estimate. I think if you're doing a full estimate, $2,000 is easy for at least some people, and frankly, like Teo and Anthony came in from England. Like that's a lot of time, a lot of flying, a lot of airplane, a lot of, right? So, yeah, it's just frustrating because I know a lot of people, their response to any sort of criticism like this would be, well, if you don't like it, like, go away, right? Why are you so critical? And it's like my response is, no, I'm critical because I see the potential and I see so much greater potential than was actually realized. And I would love to see 5,000 people at one of these things. And I think that's possible if we do it correctly. And doing it correctly would include, oh, you know what? It's not just about Pajot, Vervaeke, and even Paul Vanderplay. Like I'm not big on the big names. Yeah, big names attracting people, that's great. But like having more panels, I don't know how many like conventions you've been to, but like, yeah, you have the main stage people, but anytime you have the main stage, except for like the keynote or a few things, you have a few things that everybody goes to, and then really what you spend the rest of the time doing is actually helping people organize and get together and connect, and a lot of that just seemed completely missing to me. Like to the point where I ended up making that mental health panel myself. And
Right.
frankly, personally, for me, I think that I don't know if you've listened to the audio of that, but I think that was better than any of the discussions on stage. Even though some parts of the discussions on stage I think were very, very important. I thought a lot of the things that Vervaeke said was very important, and that he felt comfortable saying them, and he recognized them. Towards the end, Vervaeke recognized something which everybody else seemed to think, oh, you don't get this? This is news to you?
Yeah. Right.
Which was that this little corner is in fact a thing of its own, and it's not just an auxiliary to what he calls the legacy religions, which I don't like that term anyway, because it makes it sound like religion, like these are religions that are going away, and I don't think they are generally.
Right. Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. I would ask though, based on Raj's response to my previous question, that how would it be, Raj, if there was 5,000 people over there? And this is sort of a question which we'll discuss later on, I'm sure, in more length, but as anticipation and preparation for, let's say, the Israel conference, which is a little different because it would really require, it's a different beast because it's really abroad. However, I don't know, Jacob, like if you want to keep that personal feel, I don't know if you're going to be able to do that at 5,000, unless you're saying like, well, it'll be broken down and like within those groups, there'll be like personal little groups. But there's also a time and place. You could say like, I want to have a big event once a year, but I want smaller events throughout the year. And
small events are beautiful, great things, but small events happen by themselves. They don't they don't need the big names.
At our local estuary, we were talking about maybe putting on like something really small, something low key that would be like maybe 50 or 100 people. That would be just mainly like California, maybe northwestern people, maybe a few people from the Southwest who can make the trip reasonably. And thinking about like there being different like regional conferences Like there should be like a West Coast conference, an East Coast conference, Central, South Coast, South, and then even we got people all over the place. They should have one over in the UK and all that good stuff.
Yeah, and all of that will happen if we create a sort of actual hierarchy. That's what's really important to me, is creating those levels of participation. And the fact is, PVK is just too Protestant for that. He's not used to this level of jurisdiction and hierarchy, which is necessary. Connie says, is the mental health panel on YouTube or was it on location at the actual conference only? Sounds interesting, but I didn't see it on Pastor Paul's channel. Disregard question if it's irrelevant. It's very relevant. I thought about putting it on my channel, but Paul said that he was going to put it on his channel, and if Paul's going to put it on his channel, I actually considered just playing it. It was really good, and I was really happy to. I didn't record it. What's his name recorded it? Ben recorded it for his wife because she works in mental health, and apparently it was a good thing. So I can find it.
And I guess another question, I'm putting aside the big names, okay? It doesn't matter who the big name is, the person that's on stage. How important was it, let's say for you, Raj? I understand that the conversation was secondary, but did you want to have access to those people? As in, did you find it that part of Chino was also, I get to talk to John and I get to sit with Jonathan and I get to sit with Paul, like in the pizza shop or at the campfire. And like, I like that I have like the small version of that. Or are you also saying even that, I don't really care about that. I wanted to talk to the people. Cause again, that relates to like these big events. Like if there's 5,000 people, you're not schmoozing with Jonathan Peugeot. And again, you could be like, well, that's not the point. I don't know for how many people is it the point?
That wasn't something that was. I wanted to talk to Jonathan a little bit, and I did get a chance to ask him a question on stage, so that was nice. That was definitely a bonus. But in terms of actual talking with him in a more casual way, that I was able to do that a little bit with Paul, but I also kind of get to do that on a regular basis as it is. And I wasn't interested in really doing that with Vervaeke, and Peugeot had his. There was a group of people who were already swarming him. So it's just like, oh, these are people who they need to talk to Jonathan more than I do. Like I had that kind of feeling.
And did you go camping? Were you in the campfire by the?
I was at the campsite. Yeah, camping was a lot of fun.
And do you see that? I definitely don't see it as a bug, but do you see that being like as a necessary feature? For example, like, would you have that in every sort of TLC meetup, that there's always some sort of camping area?
Not necessarily camping. So I don't know if you've heard Paul talk about, I guess at the hotel there was a hot tub. There just needs to be these kind of common spaces that people are sharing in the
could chill
evening time after the actual. Yeah, and you can let loose a little bit, maybe. Like at the campsite, people were passing around beer, smoking like pipes, like tobacco and stuff, and so everyone was a little bit looser.
Okay, I have to ask you. I heard there was more than a little bit of psychedelics going on at the campground.
More than a little bit? I wouldn't say necessarily more than a little bit, but I won't say there were none.
Is that a problem, Jacob?
Well, personally, as the person who reserved the campsite, I would have preferred not to. Like, if somebody had told me, I would be like, maybe you don't. I mean, don't do it on a campsite that's under my name.
Right.
But,
Fair enough.
you know,
But
I-
that's due to like liability and insurance and stuff you're talking about, not because like you rowdy kids, like you don't mean on that head.
get off my lawn, maybe a tiny bit, but also like just feeling responsible for it. And there were people who felt very uncomfortable with that. Like,
Yeah, and I can see why. Like, there are some there is some need for care. Some people needed to be taken care of in their altered states. So
okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know exactly what happened, but I was a little surprised at whatever it was
He-
that happened.
I would just say, and at this note, unfortunately, I need to leave you guys because everyone's looking at me over me. Everyone's looking at me here in the site, wondering why I'm just not working, just talking on the phone in this construction site. However, that is just, I would say, potentially not being prepared. As in, you could say that if someone wants to be partaking in that kind of activity, then we should be adults. As in, there should be a guide over there. There should be someone over there that knows how to, like, handle if someone is bugging out. Then you're with them, and like that requires someone that is like involved in that setting, that knows to be the responsible adult, and if someone is having his own little experience, know how to shepherd them and to contain that
And I
in a
think we
loving
had that.
space.
I think we
Okay.
had that, and that's why it didn't become a problem. And there are multiple people who were able to fulfill that role. And so I think that at least
Yeah, but a lot of people thought this was a Christian church event, and they don't
Right.
expect rave.
Yeah.
Right, a rave environment at a Christian church event.
Right. And I think that's so, particularly with the campsite, that's more of a it was more of a fringe thing, right? And so like that's not going to happen at the hotel. That's not going to happen at the hot tub.
Yeah. And I mean, I also like I know Chazi's thinking maybe like, would we want to go camping in Israel? And it's like, for me, the big thing is if we do this in Jerusalem on the Sabbath, even though there's no actual requirement for people not to use their electronics, I think the environment will make it so that people will generally not use their electronics. And I think I just think a Sabbath environment would be really, really good for creating that type of opportunity for people to actually relate with each other without this damn thing getting in the way.
Because there's no teenagers there, Jacob.
What?
If
What do
there
you
were
mean?
teenagers there, that wouldn't fly, man. We'd all be looking at our screens.
Well, I mean, when it comes down to it, I mean, even in modern Orthodox circles, nobody uses their screens. And I mean, even at USC, it's people pull out their telephones less at the Sabbath table, which is kind of beautiful and great.
Yeah, I don't see too much cell phone usage at the local Goldwater that I go to. It's not like maybe you have the odd person who didn't turn the ringer off during service, but even that's not become so much of a problem. But then in the communal spaces, you don't see anyone really on their phones.
Good. That's good. I like being.
Yeah, and this is like little kids too, teenagers. Like they're not. You can find spaces for sure.
Yeah, honestly, I think even like the teenagers are starting to recognize that there's just. I mean, I love the fact that young people have started saying touch grass. Like when I heard that touch grass, I was like, okay, I am happy about this.
Andrew, you're at school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does it feel like everyone there is like inside of their phones?
Yes. It's like extremes, you have people who are like real party people making tons of connections, right? And then you have just a lot of, being on the computer all the time. And it's not necessarily just like video games and whatnot. It's also like schoolwork. All our schoolwork is online.
Right.
So like there's a lot of bleeding. Yeah, we started, saying to touch grass, but we had to.
Do you guys have common workspaces, like a computer lab that people go to?
Yeah, but they're all like shit, like they do the postmodern thing of like, oh, we're gonna have really, really high chairs, and it's like it just doesn't work,
Okay.
So.
They don't have a place with just like regular those blue metal chairs with the.
I wish, man. I wish. Well, maybe, yeah. I mean, I'm kind of on the taller side, but like, it's
right.
horrible. Yeah, I think my high school had better seats than the stuff here.
Find a little standing desk somewhere in the corner of the library.
Yeah, I wish.
And we in our senior year we would get you get an assigned carrel, an assigned desk in the library. That was really cool. Mine was always a big mess. It just had like a billion books on it everywhere. And I would maybe read like 10, 15 pages and then move on to something else.
Yeah.
One time I left a banana on my desk, and I think it was over a winter break or something like that. And I came back, and it was all shriveled up and completely black.
Yeah.
I had no idea that could happen to a banana. It was just like one solid piece. It was wild.
Yeah. So Raj.
What's up?
I was looking at the I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation. Golgotha, right?
Golgotha, the temples?
Yeah. And you guys have icons.
We have icons?
You guys have icons, don't you?
What are you talking about? Which ones?
I don't know, man. There was. I mean, I couldn't give you like the scenes or whatever, but like, it looks like an icon on the outside of the building.
On the outside? I can't
Yeah,
think
legit.
of any Golgothas with most of the architecture is pretty. There's not usually a lot of decoration on the outside in terms of pictures.
I'd have to send you a photo, but like legit, man, they look.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, It didn't have like gold or anything, but it was pretty much an icon, legit.
Was it of a person?
Yeah, well, it was like scenes, like some of them were.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, so maybe like a little story scene.
Yeah. Do you guys do anything?
Really
Yeah. Do you guys do anything with them, or
No, not really. There are some people. So the depiction of the stories, there's always like I've got pictures all over my room in here. I should have more actually, but it's mostly just like kind of plain well, not plain. It's just daily art. There's not a lot of sacredness to like this is a.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There's not a lot of sacredness to visual depictions.
Yeah, I'm looking at Google Images and I don't see very many images. So I have no idea what you're saying.
There is this thing in called receiving darshan. Darshan is like vision, and let's see, new darshan posters. And so there would be with the older Hindu traditions, you would go and get darshan of an idol, right, of one of the minor gods, like a Shiva or Vishnu, or one of the goddesses. And then we use this term darshan, but it refers to going to see the book, seeing Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and also like the darshan of the divine will in the world. But not a lot of there's kind of a dearth of pictorial art in Sikhi. Maybe that's not fair, but it's. I think about it that way in comparison to like Renaissance imagery, I guess, but that's not even really what iconography is. Andrew, how's I know the church leadership's interested in you. How's that stuff going?
Church leadership. It's mostly the deacons, like legit. I don't know. I'm still debating whether I should become a deacon or even think about becoming a deacon.
Okay, so what does Abuna say?
I haven't asked him.
Well, why haven't you asked him?
I mean, like,
There seems to be a disconnect here, Andrew. Like, Abuna is your priest,
Uh-huh.
and now you're a Coptic layman,
Uh-huh.
and you're supposed to like. I see a big disconnect. Like when I ask you who the people in the pictures around your church are, you don't know. That's not good.
No, I know. Well, yeah. I know the main ones.
Well, like your bishop is important.
Yeah.
As are the various priests at your church. Why am I saying this? I'm Jewish.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. It's like...
Is that a decision that you would have to make at any time soon?
No. So...
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, talk to your priest about it if it's really, twisting you up inside. But if it's something that you can just feel like you can just put off, just put it off.
Yeah.
Why should he put it off?
I've got to learn to be a good layman, man. And honestly, I think, like, I don't want to be
that's
the...
true.
I don't want to be the diversity hire, man.
You're not the diversity hire.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that, Jacob?
Yes, I am positive about
Okay,
that.
maybe.
So,
you're
okay,
positive,
Raj,
but
I
the
think you're
lay
misunderstanding
people
what's
at
going
my
on
church-
here. Like, everybody
Okay.
assumes that he's already a deacon because little kids are deacons already. Like, every 6-year-old
Okay.
is a deacon. And,
Oh, okay.
yeah. And
So it's
Andrew's
it's
not.
very common.
Yeah, it's
How
very
common is it?
Well,
Every 6-year-old is a deacon.
it's
What
common
percentage
for
of
you-
the congregation are
Okay.
deacons?
That's different.
Maybe like 25%.
What percentage
Okay.
of what percentage of the what percentage of the congregation have been to Vespers?
I mean, you go to Vespers for confession, is the thing, you know?
Okay, what
Yeah,
percentage? What percentage of the congregation have gone to Vespers?
Yeah. Dude, I don't
Like
know.
maybe 5% have ever been,
Yeah.
and Andrew's been going every week for a year.
That's why everyone
Hmm.
wants me to.
That's why everyone kind of
Yeah.
like
What is
is like,
can
you're
you
not a
explain what
deacon?
Vespers is? What is
What?
this Vespers?
Vespers is like evening prayers. There's no
Oh, okay.
Eucharist or anything, but yeah.
It's this like minor prayer service that most people never go to, except for the really, really religious people. And that's where he was getting catechized as a catechumen. And the vast majority of Copts, like, they don't know anything as much as a catechumen does, because like, so you have to understand how Eastern Orthodox Christianity's catechumen process happened, which is they were used to thousands of years of not actually having any catechumen, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was just, okay, you were born into it, you got baptized, and then if you were a really religious person and you wanted further education and like were going to become a priest or a monk, right? You would go and get education. And then they come to the United States and suddenly they have a need for a curriculum for people who want to become Coptic. And so they take the monk / priesthood training and,
Okay.
and they start applying it
Okay.
to people who just are starting out because that's what they have as far as a curriculum. And so Andrew now knows basically more than the priests do.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
I've got head knowledge, definitely not heart knowledge.
Okay, so you have head knowledge, and what you need is to actually live it out. And so doing the things that the 6-year-olds do as a deacon might be good for you.
Jacob, have mercy on the laity, right? Like if I become a deacon,
Andrew, what does the deacons do?
so they've got specific roles during the services, right? So they chant certain parts. They, perform certain actions like carrying the vessel for the Eucharist, and doing processions and all that sort of stuff.
It's a lot of ritual activity.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, and then okay, what kind of commitment is required of you to be a deacon?
Show up every Sunday and maybe Saturdays and learn the chants. And
Are you already doing that?
Just by going to Vespers a lot, I've learned a good bit of the chants. And I don't know Coptic or Arabic, which
Do the deacons recite Coptic or Arabic at any point?
Arabic definitely, Coptic some of them.
Okay.
But he's just chanting. I mean, they've already.
Yeah, you can learn how to
have
chant
him.
really fast.
Yeah, they already have enough chanters. They don't.
No. He says they already have enough chanters. They already have him do stuff he's not supposed to do until he's.
See, they've got enough soprano chanters. They need someone with a baritone.
And he's taller than all the priests, so everybody expects him to be a priest. It's so funny.
How many 6-year-old deacons are there? What's the age spread of these deacons?
So
Jacob's making it sound like it's something all the little kids do.
I think about a fourth of the deacons are little kids. So, yeah, fourth or fifth.
Oh yeah, you should definitely be doing it. And then you know what the cool thing's gonna be? They're gonna be thinking of you. So those little kids, especially the ones who are maybe like 10 or 12 years old, even if you've got all this book knowledge, that they're not going to care about that. and they're gonna think of you as like a brother.
It was so cute at the baptism. Like I was in the back, and there's a little kid with his dad, and he's trying to see, and he turns to his dad and he says, "Where's the baby?"
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's where the heart knowledge is gonna come from. Like, you gotta be with the kids. They're gonna rejuvenate you.
Okay. Have mercy on the laity. Like, these little kids, they grow up in the church, right? They have childhood
Yeah.
memories in the church. I do not have that at all.
Exactly. You need to make your childhood memories with them. That's what I'm saying. I'm doing something similar. Like, I'm a big 28-year-old who's sitting on stage with 6-year-olds and 12-year-olds, and they call me brother. They don't call me like uncle or anything like that. It's like, I'm 3 times older than you.
Hold on, in Indian culture, they really should be calling you uncle.
But it's not really. Like, even the other, like, I have people who are older than me call me brother, and I have people younger than me calling me brother. By like a lot. And the older people recognize that there is something very childish about me where I am.
So Sandy asks, what has you hesitating, Andrew?
What has me hesitating? I don't want to be the diversity hire.
You're not the diversity hire.
Okay,
If there's little kids involved, you're not being hired.
Jacob, you talk about this barrier between me and my priest, and then you want me to become a deacon. Like,
Yes.
I assure you, I am on much better terms with my priest than with the average layperson.
Okay, what does that have to do with you becoming? Oh,
As a
you
deacon,
think
I should serve the lay people. I should
Okay,
serve the
so-
don't
okay,
be like
okay.
the leaders of Gentiles, Jacob.
right. So this is you not understanding what the role of a deacon is because you're too Protestant. So a deacon in the Coptic church is the person that it's like being an altar server, right? It's like being an altar boy. It really is.
Yeah.
In fact, it is
Yeah.
being an altar boy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so being an altar boy is not serving, like, yes, there is an ordination to it, but you're thinking of it in very Protestant terms, whereas the Copts really don't. And that's why there are little kids who are deacons.
Hey, Trey.
Jacob, I am
Hey,
kind of
Trey.
Protestant.
Well, stop being Protestant. You're a Copt now. You got tattooed and everything.
Yes, and it's kind of Protestantism that got me here.
Okay, get over yourself. You're a Copt now.
You made the jump, didn't you, Andrew?
Yes, I did. But Know
You're
yourself.
never
Know
you're
yourself.
never going
Know
to
yourself.
be you're never going to be a Copt until you start acting like one, which is why I'm like, you know what? Start kissing the priest's hand.
Yeah.
Like, get ordained and become one of the altar servers.
Yeah. Start arguing with Catholics endlessly.
Yeah, do that too. Become an ortho bro. Connie says, are you worried they want you as a priest and a deacon is a stepping stone? That's a question. Yep. Somebody's scared of becoming a priest. Somebody's scared of becoming a priest.
Absolutely. That was much too much of a pause.
What's that chant from Dune? Fear is the mind killer.
yes.
Trey, why are you?
It doesn't have to be a stepping stone. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Why am I up so late?
Yes, why are you up so late?
I was talking to my pastor.
Oh, you were talking to Alex?
Yeah.
Oh, so we should actually probably talk about that offline, unless you want to talk about it online. It's up to you.
I got too many ops on my back. You know, I can't do that. So I'll talk about it offline.
Okay.
But yeah, you know, going good. How you guys doing? Haven't seen you in a while, Raj. How's life?
Things are good. Things are good.
How's
Things
good for you?
sound exciting for you, Trey. If I'm understanding.
You know what? Exciting is a word. How about that? I'll say exciting is a word
Okay.
that is applying to the situation. How about that?
Cool.
Yeah.
I would actually say he's in a situation where things are becoming more regularized and calming down, which is good.
That can be very exciting.
You know, we can always hope. We can always hope. You know.
Hey, I think you talking to Alex was good. I don't know what you said to him yet, or what he said to you, but I think just the fact that the two of you talked is good.
Bigger question: what is Andrew doing up this late at night, walking around the campus?
Well, that's a good question.
Especially when he has all kinds of homework he should be doing.
I have a long tradition of walking a ton at night.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
You don't have a long tradition of hanging out with your friends. I see how it is.
We went surfing, didn't we?
Andrew,
We did go. We did go.
You guys went surfing
Yeah.
Yeah.
We went surfing.
and you didn't invite me? Nice.
Yeah, you know what, Jacob, don't even start. I invited you surfing, and you're like, I can't do that. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Okay. Gotcha.
Andrew,
Me
can you remind
surfing,
me
that
what
would be a
you're getting your
really
degree
bad
in?
idea.
What'd you say?
One at a time.
Andrew, could you remind me what you're getting your degree in?
Chemical engineering.
Chemical engineering. Okay,
Uh-huh.
fair enough.
He's a nerd.
Are you enjoying that?
No.
No. Is that just because it's hard, or because it's like you're not enjoying it?
Well, yeah, it's both.
Oh, so it's because it's hard. Cool. Well, you'll get through it. How many years you got? You got 3 years ahead of you still?
Two.
Two.
Yeah.
Right on.
You could make that one take summer classes.
Well, yeah, the thing is that, like, it's theoretically two with, like, on the transfer track, right? So, yeah.
I made it 3 years because I took all my classes in community college while it was summer. They don't, you know.
Graduating early was one of the biggest mistakes I ever made in my life, but I'm not sure that's still true. But it was definitely one of the biggest mistakes I made in my life, because the reason you go to college is to make friends.
Well,
That is true. That is true. But it's not like Andrew's gonna want to go to all these college parties anytime soon. So there's a point. That's all I'm saying.
You can make friends other ways, guys.
This is true. This is very true.
That's not the only way to make friends. You go to the party with your friends sometimes.
That is correct.
Okay, so Andrew said bedtime is 12:30, so in 20 minutes we're all going to bed. You hear that, Andrew?
That's seems reasonable.
I mean, I'm at 1:30.
1:30. That's absurd.
1:30. Yeah, 1:30. It's college, man.
So, is there a particular day? I guess there isn't that Sikhs go to services.
No, we don't have anything like a Sabbath. No, we don't believe in holy days or holy months or anything like that. We think it's
Really, no holidays at all.
Crazy.
I mean, there are days of historical remembrance, but like, just like with pilgrimages, it's like
You're so Lutheran.
Thank you, Trey.
like the good rubs are really those are big celebrations, and then like this tomorrow is going to be a really important day. I guess today, it's the anniversary of the attacks in 1984, and so there'll be like a somber day of remembrance, and the grievance is probably going to be pretty intense tomorrow. But it's not. There's no holy days. I don't know how to describe it. Like, there's nothing special about the day that's going to make you more holy or anything like that.
Interesting. I like I like liturgical calendars, and Charlie is very, very offended because he has to defend the idea that Lutherans are still Christians.
So, I mean, this is something that could develop, especially now. We've just got our calendar sorted out, like just now. I think we passed our calendar in 2008, and then it was under dispute, and we've only and I'm actually working on a little chronology project, just like turning important dates into the Nanak Shahi calendar. But even during that calendar started being used maybe for the first time 30 years after Guru Gobind Singh Ji, during Banda Singh Bahadur's time. So this is right after the end of the Guruship.
So this is like 100 years ago?
1730s, like late.
So almost
I'm trying to use my
200
Nanak
years
Shahi.
ago. Hold on, almost
Yeah.
300 years ago. 17.
Yeah. It was probably around the year 17. Like 327 probably in Nanak Shahi.
Wow. Yeah, it's weird to me like how malleable Sikhi is.
It's something that like it's the year 555.
Right, but I mean, Protestantism is basically only 300 years old. I said
But
that
there's,
just
like-
to trigger Charlie.
I mean, so there's interesting things like we're still grappling with a lot of our history. Like many of the works have not been understood by, I guess you would say, the lay people. I wouldn't say understood. A lot of people haven't been exposed to a lot of the works that laity used to be exposed to.
Like, how
So
many
there's a lot of-
Sikhs are there in the world right now?
Well, that number ranges. It's like crazy range. The most common number you would get would be like 25 million. Khalsa Sikhs, there's maybe, I don't know, a million, couple million. I have no real hard data on that. But then there's this other very strange subgroup of people that very generous estimates put it at 150 million, but maybe like somewhere between like 50 to 100 million people are what they call themselves Nanak. They don't necessarily, they're Nanak Panthis. That's the way we can think about them. And so what this is some Hindus who will, they keep all their regular Hindu practices, but they credit their saving, you could say, to Guru Nanak. And Guru Nanak is central to their understanding of Hindu stuff. And for some people, he just becomes another Hindu deity among Hindu deities. But
Interesting. Okay.
and then
That must be offensive.
well, there's kind of like there's a spirit of it being cool to after the Singh Sabha movement in the early 20th century, which is very modernist and very Protestant through colonialization. They wanted to stamp some of that stuff out. But on the other side, you have Muslims who see Guru Nanak as their Sufi saint. Like their Sufi saint lineage comes from Guru Nanak.
Wow.
But even if you go into Tibet, there are Buddhist paintings of Guru Nanak considering him a bodhisattva.
Really?
He's a very he's a really interesting person. That's why we're in love with him. But like the Muslims saw him as a Sufi saint. The Hindus saw him as a deity, as an incarnation of Vishnu or something. And then even the Buddhists saw him as a bodhisattva.
I was not aware of this at all. Okay.
So there are a bunch of
now
people-
that actually makes a lot more sense to me. Okay.
Yeah, so there are a whole bunch of people who Guru Nanak is very important to their spiritual life, but they're not called Sikhs, and I wouldn't consider them Sikhs at all.
Right. Interesting. But like, if he's so important, but I guess they think his teachings aren't precisely the same as the teachings in Guru Granth Sahib.
Well, there's some of that, but it's also so he went on these odysseys, throughout South India, all the way. There's pretty strong evidence he made it to Mecca, and into the Tibetan regions as well, and Nepal, Tibet, probably a little bit into China. And so all these people get exposed to his teachings, and he sets up these things called masans or munjis. Actually, they're very early organization system that he had in place, and these people were going to transmit his teachings in this area, but then they get cut off from the rest of the Ummah because we're localized in Punjab, and it's hard to maintain a line of communication between Punjab and Mecca and Tibet if you're not actually an empire.
Right. So, okay. So, did you make the video, or are you going to make the video on the Khalsa?
I made one. I don't know how good it is. It's a little rambly, and I'm mostly quoting from other books. But I made about an hour-long video.
Oh, I should watch.
There's
it.
one. It's the Khalsa had a very strong political motive in a lot of ways. Sikhi's so strange.
Agreed.
I love
Agreed.
I love it.
So I was actually reading Rabbi Steinsaltz's little thing that he wrote several years ago, and he mentions Sikhism just once at the very beginning of his thing, and he just lumps. So this is the sentence. In the secular context of the modern state, a consensus has been reached about religious freedoms. Jews, Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, and Buddhists may live side by side, and each by his own faith shall live. And then that's the only time he specifically mentions Sikhs.
Yeah, there's this odd, what is it? Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, and Sikhism. Did he say Hinduism?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Jews, Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, and Buddhists.
Right. So this is like the interfaith group that everyone everyone can get along group.
Mm.
Right. This is a very it's the multi-culti type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, you have to understand that he's actually, I mean, that's the beginning of it, but he's actually talking about why. So he comes from an Orthodox Jewish standpoint, and he's actually talking about how Judaism isn't kumbaya while at the same time kind of being kumbaya. And that's why the name of the article, I should send it to you. I may have already sent it to you. I send it to people all the time. Peace Without Conciliation, The Irrelevance of Toleration in Judaism. That's the name of his article.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, could you please send that to me?
It's based, man.
Yes.
But yeah, when I say like I think there are some very real things in the what I call the multi-culti that there are very genuine roots in there that are kind of getting thrown out with the ridiculousness of what diversity has become.
You said there's genuine rooms that are getting thrown out with the diversity whatnots.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
No, like, you gotta explain that. Because how does diversity kill a bunch of diverse cults?
Okay, so there's this thing I call it multiculti. Like that multiculturalism that was prevalent in the 90s that I remember growing up. There's something very superficial about it, but its heart was in the right place. And I think that led or could lead to some actually constructive conversation between people from genuinely different points of view. But it got caught in this, this ascendant woke ideology that took, that mutated this thing.
Okay, Ryan made a joke. There is no diversity. We all submit to God, so therefore we are all Muslims.
I don't necessarily disagree.
I mean,
yeah, it's the
multiculti-
multiculturalism is suffering from its own derangement.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and I think part of the thing. I mean, I was actually reading Rabbi Sachs's book, The Great Partnership, for our book club, and part of what struck me is he was being what I think a bit overly conciliatory, like more than I would be, more than I generally am. And I think it just comes from a very older type of engagement, which I think the internet, like a lot of the older rabbis are used to having kind of like an inside voice, outside voice difference. Right?
Yes.
Where it's not that they're not saying, like, it's not that they're saying things they don't believe. It's more they're trying to explain things in ways that people can accept them and not. And I think with the internet, we've gotten to a place where we've just got to like not pull punches. I guess that's the only way I could put it.
So in the type of person Guru Nanak, right? He's going around and he can become integrated into these other spiritual traditions in this way that I just mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
That still gets carried forward. So even the Khalsa, they're fighting with the Mughal Empire, and they call them the Turks because it's referring to their imperial power. There's no animosity towards the regular Muslim. And so in one of the battles, I don't know if I've mentioned this story, but Bhai Kalyan is he's a first aid man, and he's taking care of both the Muslims and the Sikhs on the battlefield, and the Sikhs want him to get punished because why is he helping the enemy? And then Guru Gobind Singh gives him some medicine to help him out, and he says he really understands Sikhi. And it's this notion of like Guru Gobind Singh had active engagement with Hindu mythology and used it in order to to tell important stories about Sikhi. And so there's a sense in which the diversity, being able to have genuine conversations with people from differing traditions actually can help you grow in your understanding of wisdom and love. And what is being taught to us as diversity is like, it's so sad how badly perverted it's become, because now people are just being like, no, you just get rid of all of it.
You sound like a hippie.
I sound like a hippie? Well, there's some hippie. There's some hippie in me for sure. Is hippieism bad, Jacob?
No. What I've come to realize about myself is I started to identify myself as a conservative because I was surrounded by like the crazy left. And so I figured I understood the crazy left as being the left, and I understood everything that wasn't the crazy left as being like Republican and the right and conservative. And so I thought of myself as a conservative. And then now I realize, oh no, I'm not a conservative. Like I was just being manipulated and juvenile in my understanding. And there's a place for actual conservatives and there's a place for actual liberals. And there's like, the progressives are just crazy. And we just need to move forward from a bunch of people who have bad ideas whose time has basically just went by. And so
but see, this is like, there's genuine things that the liberals are saying about diversity, which I believe are true, that have been co-opted by the progressives. And that's just a horrible perversion. And it makes me so sad because now there are people on the conservative end who are like, just get rid of all the diversity.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. And did you listen to Clavin, Andrew, and not Andrew Clavin, Spencer Clavin and PBK talking? Yeah.
No, I haven't listened to that one.
It is one of the best. It is, yeah, it was really good. I mean, I was expecting it to be good because I've spoken to Spencer several times and he's incredible. And
it just came out today. Okay.
Yeah. And it was better than I expected.
Cool. I see Andrew is returning to his room.
No.
Because
yeah, we're doing something. We're definitely walking.
It's getting close to 12:30, and I think I'm actually gonna recommend we all go to bed.
Dun, dun, dun.
yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll have to talk more when we are actually awake.
Yeah, probably a good idea. I'll be less hippie when I'm less tired.
Yeah.
Everything's fine, you know. We don't have to get into everything.
It's only in the middle of the night. And Charlie says, "What do you mean? It's only 2:30?"
Oh boy.
Yeah, he's all the way in like Iowa and stuff, as is Sandy, I believe. Yeah. Sandy and Charlie should both be sleeping, and Ryan is in Australia, so it's Sunday there. Yeah.
Oh, it's the daytime over there.
Yeah. Ryan's the only one who has an excuse for being awake.
All right, fellas.
Hold on, Connie. Okay, see you later. Connie, you're also from Australia? I actually know you, Connie. I don't believe, and I should get to know you hopefully in the future. But I'm going to bed, and yeah, Sandy is 3:30. So Connie and Ryan, you guys should like talk to each other and stuff because you're both in Australia.
Ooh.
Sydney, but I'm new. Okay, so I will stay for 2 more minutes, and Connie will tell me who she is and how she found my channel, and why she's interested in listening to somebody like me.
You're an interesting guy, Jake.
Am I? Am I really? I really need to write that book. I need to write my book. Why am I not writing my book? Oh yeah, because I'm staying up late talking to some weirdos.
Yeah.
It's all your fault. I would have written many books if you hadn't distracted me. I'm from Pastor Paul's channel. Oh, Chezi's gonna jump on in a minute. I'm interested because I watched Pastor Paul, and well, I like learning new things. That's all I see. So I am guessing you are some form of Protestant. Chezi is going to jump on in a few minutes, so I guess I'll let Chezi continue this.
I gotta stay on even later? Yo.
No, you get to go to bed and do your homework, young man.
Okay, don't worry. I'm still walking.
Yeah, you could jump on, Connie. Here, I will put the invite into the chat again. But I am actually getting tired myself.
Okay.
So once Chezi is on, I think I will probably. Oh, there's Teo. Teo, you jump on. You keep this stream going. Tayo, I think you took one of the admin slots. Hopefully, we're going to have more admin slots soon. Andrew's not getting one until all his homework's finished.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun. Charlie's gonna hop on. Charlie, it's 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, you gotta go to bed. We're staging.
Yeah, you should go to bed.
So much Jennifer. I owe you like my life.
Connie says, I am Protestant, but I can't jump on. Haha, need time. I have autism level 2. I have levels of autism, and I'm shy. But in time, I'll get to know everybody. I usually don't watch like. I'm just a stalker at the moment. Haha.
Yep.
Well, I mean, if you have level 2 autism, we can get you leveled up to like level 3. Chezi!
תודה רבה.
כל מה שקשור בו. אני צריך לבקש לך רשות.
אני מודה לך על ההבנה, תודה רבה. תודה.
מי מבין לך?
I was letting the taxi driver know that I'm going to be on a phone call, and I just wanted to know if it's okay with him.
Oh, okay. And he and so you were thanking him for the Havana, which is interesting.
His response was that the cab is yours right now, so
Oh,
I appreciate his understanding.
yes.
Okay, so I left you guys off, but you were saying something about writing a book.
I've been trying to write a book for a long time. It's yeah. Well, one of these days, I'm gonna have to take all of Jacob's greatest hits and put them in a book, so I don't have to repeat it.
Andrew,
How's it going, Hezzy?
I'm good, thank God. Did you enjoy Chino as well?
Yeah, I was only there Thursday, but hey, you know, it's pretty good.
All right, that sounds good.
Yeah. I
And
met Raj and Chad, so you know they're both pretty cool guys. Yep.
Yep. And
um,
on Wednesday we went and got him a tattoo.
yeah, I saw his little wrist tattoo.
Yeah, yeah. What kind of a hotel mafti am I?
I was talking to Andrew about that, and I let him know that in my mind, both his parents have tattoos as well. They just haven't told him yet, and they're waiting for them all to reveal it together to each other. But tell me something, Jacob.
Yes.
This trip to Sherry, it was successful. You had a good time. You got to schmooze, talk.
Yes. It was. I mean, I needed to get up there and see Sherry and actually meet her because and so like I really I didn't have much time to. I needed to get Happy back, and honestly, next time anywhere I'm going, I'm probably going to start having to fly to places because the road trips made more sense when I had more time and like there were more people in between places. But now it seems like my road trips are going to have to be in different ways. But it's weird. Like my channel is growing and it's weird.
Your channel is growing and it's weird. You know,
Yeah.
more power comes with great power comes great responsibility, as Uncle Ben.
More like it's become very, very difficult for me to like keep people straight, and like I missed a bunch of people who actually wanted to meet me on this trip, which I didn't even see. Like one person sent me an email that I didn't even see until I got back, and I felt bad about that. I am very, very big on having like the Dunbar number is real, and we need to create like levels of structure, and I feel like I'm failing in that.
You feel like you're failing at that? I don't know if you're failing at that.
Okay, I know I'm not failing at it, but it's
It could be better.
That it's something. Well, at least I'm working on it, as opposed to other people. Paul Vanderklay.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
have mercy on him.
How do you think Paul looks at this? Do you think he looks at Chino as like a great success?
Oh, he thinks it's the greatest success ever, and he thinks it's he will find my criticisms to be like both, I think, strange and overcritical.
I hear that. Having said that, you clearly have it, like, you know, you're clearly have his ear if he's willing to put on a talit and give his whole speech, which was, again, that was very strange, not in a bad way to see. Just like, what am I looking at over here? Maybe I told him maybe that like by 2024 he's gonna be a rabbi in Israel. Okay, so
you know he has cousins who are like rabbis in Israel.
They should definitely meet. I mean, this is going to be a conversation about like, you know, what the Jerusalem conference is, because unlike the other places, this is not surrounded like around like a estuary protocol, for example. Like right. Jerusalem doesn't have, and I don't know if it's necessarily going to have like a Christian community over here that builds around that. So it also has to like make sense that like, and then it comes into a question like, is this like an interfaith conference conference? Is this like a TLC with like a touch of interface? So, anyways, we still have to obviously get into that and see what that conversation will look like. But I was sort of hoping, and that's also why I'm looking forward to speaking to the rest of the board members, so to speak, post, and Catherine specifically, post Chino, what they learn, what they see, what they're nervous about, what they sort of need to see here on the ground. So hopefully we'll only be smarter post Chino now. So hopefully they'll be successful. I sent you a little blurb of Rav Kook, which I thought related a little to your
I didn't
conversation
even see
with.
it. Yeah, I saw it and then I forgot about it, so I haven't actually looked at it.
It's okay. I think it's up your alley, so to speak, but it related a little to your conversation about your Jonathan Sachs conversation, sort of how to look at like the science. But I'm also glad that book club was a little more robust. I'm glad that Emma was there. You have a classicist over there, so that was also good. To be honest, the reason I also the timing, because like you guys were having the conversation while I'm sleeping, which is totally fine. B, between you and Yosef, I don't know if they need like another like Orthodox voice being like, yep, that's what Jonathan, like, you know, I think like it's beautiful how you guys all discuss it. If there's anything that I think is like worthwhile, like obviously I could send a comment, but like I'm there in spirit always. You were missed at the Bible study, even though you jumped on for a few minutes over there, but it was nice. It was good that you're back on track and you're back. So like these things, like your schedules, your channel could have its own motion to it, which, and I think post Chino, you could capitalize on that as well. I also saw Andrew was on the Bible group and he was talking to Mitch. And I also thought that was like a very good conversation going between them. So like there's good inertia in the air right now, and you should take advantage of that in the best sense possible, sort of to push
So
forward.
you're telling me I'm not doing enough streams. So that's what you're telling me. I should be doing more streams.
No, I just saying like I think like your programming. I think on the contrary, it's less about more just chatting streams and more about scheduled streams that have more structure to them.
Okay, so yeah. Okay.
I will leave you with a Torah thought. In the weekly portion that we just read of Parashat Bahalotcha, famously Miriam, Moses' sister, she gets into some trouble.
Yes.
And she speaks about her brother, and then she suffers and she has to leave the encampment. They wait for her, and Moses has to ask for forgiveness for her. And the sages discuss, like, what did she do? Did she speak behind his back? Did she speak right in front of him? There's different versions. What I more wanted to focus on is the standard explanation is that Moses was getting criticized for sort of marrying this woman right now, and then not basically being a bad husband, right? He's not involved with her. He's not procreating with her. And this is an issue. And then we could get into like, you know, Moses is at a different level of prophecy and you guys misunderstood him. That's a cult. That's very nice. However, there is an early midrash, which at the beginning of Sefer Shemot, the book of Numbers, which starts with a man from the house of Levite goes and finds a woman from the house of Levite. And the explanation is that at the time, Amram made a decree that post Pharaoh's decree, we're not going to have children anymore. It's too depressing because they're just killing them. And he decides to basically, like, we're all going celibate. And his daughter, Miriam, comes to him and says, bro, well, in this case, dad, what are you doing? Pharaoh just wanted to kill the boys. What you're doing is basically getting rid of the whole Jewish nation. And he accepts her plea, and he decides to continue on, and then the story starts with a man from the house of Levi took a woman from the house of Levi. So I'm going all the way back to the story of Moses right now. When Miriam hears and sees what Moses is doing, to her it's very traumatic. This is a reminder to her of what happened with her dad all those years ago. So she has a hard time containing herself in criticizing this because she says, like, I saw this before, and I saw this before with our own father. Like, it's definitely what God doesn't want is for you not to have children. Now, Moses then responds and tells God, El Narefan Allah. And he doesn't even mention her name because it's so obvious. Moses is telling to God, you know who I'm talking about, and her intentions are 100% pure. Like, she was coming at this the same way she was coming at my dad about this. So you gotta let this slide. כאן זה מצוין, תודה רבה לך, שיהיה לכם המשך יום נעים. תודה רבה ושבוע טוב. So I just thought that was like an interesting thing to focus on, that was like her issue in the past, and that was her issue right now.
Very interesting.
So I thought that was a cute little idea. And on that note, yeah, sorry, go ahead. I have another second.
I've told you that the first time I ever went viral on the internet was about 20 years ago when I wrote something about Miriam and that thing, and it became the black website of the internet for that day. I got 13,000 hits.
Oh, dude, nice.
Yeah. Back 25 years ago, that was huge.
25 years ago, like with internet inflation, it's as if you broke the internet.
I did. Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna bust, but I'm sure I'll see you sometime this week, and we'll talk regardless. Good night, Andrew.
Have a good one, Hezi.
I think what I am going to do now is I am going to play the. I can figure it out. The audio from where was that? From the mental health thing. There it is. Okay. Let's see how this goes.
I met a girl. She inspired me indirectly to change my course from business to medicine. So it took a while before I became a doctor, but she had married me in the meantime. Had a couple of kids, but that's when I was a doctor in 1955. I think I was 30 then. So I think of emergency room and I did house calls. I did military medicine a couple of years, came out here as a family doctor. I decided after seeing a lot of people that a lot of the illness after visit with the doctor's office, they're not treated by medicine and surgery. So I thought, what if I give it?
The sound isn't great, but I think I'm just going to play it and leave it if people want to hear it, and probably clip it out later. So I'm going to start it over from the beginning, and I'm going to say goodnight because I'm just going to leave it running and then go to bed. And Andrew's going to go to bed as well. Good night, Andrew.
Good night, Jacob.
And good night, everybody else.
I'm treated, grew up there. A lot of things happened to me, and eventually I got through high school, college. And I met a girl, and she inspired me indirectly to change my course from business to medicine. So it took a while before I became a doctor, but she had married me in the meantime. Had a couple of kids, but that's when I was a doctor in 1955. I think I was 30 then. So I did an emergency room and I did house calls. And I did military medicine a couple of years, came out here as a family doctor. I decided after seeing a lot of people that a lot of the illness after visit with the doctor's office, we're not treated by medicine and surgery. So I thought, what if I gave a crack at psychiatry? So I jumped into that. I spent 3 years. By the time I found a year or two, I was already seeing a few people on the side that I was poor. And then the way the rest is history. I continued to work and open an office, started blood patients, no job. And then from 2 it was 2, 5, 10, 20, or 100. And we started eventually a big clinic after a couple of years. Psychologists, social workers, pastoral counselors, I had about 40 people working with me in the community. I always felt I was the community mental health center project. I kept doing that for many, many, many years. I finally retired when I was 82. And now I'm 97. And I'm still seeing people, and there's still people that need care, and I'm one of the caregivers. I reach out for them. And I love to be with people who are coming alongside people. There's a lot of words for that. Counselor, paraclete, walking alongside, encourager, all those kind of words for the people that do that. So what would you like to know, Waz? Give me a couple of questions.
Well, I have about 1,000, but it's not just us up here. So I'd like to, before I launch into those, I'd like to ask Sibylla to introduce herself and tell us a little bit about herself.
I'm Sibylla King. I'm a licensed mental social worker. I'm a private practice therapist in Washington, D.C. And it's a second career. I was in the art business until my 40s, and I went back to grad school. And I was interested in getting into therapy because, well, there was a couple reasons. One of them was I became, like Ken just said, he approaches this job as a philosophy. And I think that I started feeling that same kind of way about mental health, I guess you could say, is that there's something about being oriented in the world that can be more helping than other ways. I don't know how else to put it, and I was kind of developing that in my mind, I guess you could say, exploring spirituality very seriously, and it seemed to be an antidote to, it seemed to contain with it an antidote in a way that could also be used therapeutically. And so I wanted to get the skills, so I went back to school. And the other reason was I just started getting very interested in the fact that you can actually change your life for the better. And so I've been in practice for about 10 years. Like I said, second career. So anyone who is thinking of getting into it, and wants to switch in their 30s or 40s, it's totally feasible. And I live in Washington, D.C. I practice online a lot, but since COVID, but I'm kind of transitioning back into seeing people in person more. I divide my time between Washington, D.C. and the Eastern Shore of Maryland, which is a very rural area. Washington, D.C. is very liberal. Chestertown, Maryland is very conservative. So I kind of like being in the middle. Thank you.
So my name is John Lindonk. I am a certified mental patient. And my role in this session is to show people how to hold the mic to their mouth so that they can be heard. And beyond that, I can only tell you that once upon a time, I was married to a licensed marriage and family therapist. She concluded that she should not be married to me. So this was her professional opinion. and she stuck with that. But we're friends now, so I can say this. And even if she were to find out that I said it, it would be all right.
How do I get one of those mental patient certificates?
I have monetized that.
All right, so I would like to pick up on what you said, John. Thank you for saying that. That's something that's beautiful about what you've done at this conference already is tie together the threads that we're all interested in your own person. And I feel like you just did that because, and I'd like to say why, and then ask you a question off of that. So here's the context that I'm seeing is each of us has a commitment to the field of medicine that requires particular certificates and governing bodies in the Western world. But we have moved into it, and the reason we're interested in it is something beyond what it tends to see for itself, I think. And in your story, Gary, you made this progression from a family doctor. You started in the emergency room, home calls, and then you became a family doctor, and then you had to specialize into psychiatry. And that feels to me like something I experience in medicine a lot, where we've fragmented so far apart that medicine is not about a person anymore. It's about fixing a particular thing. And that for me came together through Sibylla's story, and then in the life of John Van Donk, in the case that he was married to someone whose specialty was marriage. And in fact, somehow that didn't transfer into a marriage. And so I'm so interested to hear, Gary, your experience of what was it like to transition from treating a whole family and going to someone's home to having a clinic with all these tiers of different professionals to manage all these problems.
Well, I noticed right away when we were talking here together that we came to this helping from a different direction. I came through a scientific medicine direction, and others came from a social or spiritual direction into this helping people in this time of struggle. So the majority of people who came to me came to their doctor. They had sickness, a variety of sickness, and they were not getting better with their friends, their pastor, their doctor, and they finally had to go to the psychiatrist. That was me. They didn't really want to be there, but they did. So I came to the scientific side, but I became much more aware as life went along that this is due to many, many factors that is social science is a science. It's a body of knowledge. So in a way, we kind of come together because the person is suffering, and they don't have a person in their life that's helping them to do this at the time. So we have to be highly skilled in becoming that person that can help them through this crisis. And of course, loving them, caring for them, respecting and valuing them is, I think, key ingredient in making them to be yourself successful. And a sense of humor is another wonderful human trait to help those persons to laugh a little at life that's become so serious and so dangerous to themselves. So I see that we kind of overlap each other. We're not so totally different and coming in a different direction.
You need more mics. You get 2 more mics. No, I'm just kidding.
There aren't mics.
We don't have more mics.
So from the scientific perspective that you came, what seemed to be the things that really differentiated what really helped people get better in those that got better from those that didn't?
Well, my training with psychoanalysis and all of those lessons that I learned, I found out the patients weren't interested in that very much. And then within two years or at less, they had no interest in those kinds of things. They were talking about with ordinary language and with ordinary. So they were dealing with social things that had nothing to do with Father Sigmund or those folks. So I became really, in a sense, non-scientific as far as psychiatry is concerned. My training was. I first felt at times that maybe I was just a glorified bartender. There was actually a book that I read. It was called Rent-A-Friend. The book didn't sell very well. The psychiatrist wrote that book, but it was good stuff. Become a really special friend. I'm sure that each of you working with people, you find that you become a very, very special friend. And there's a lot of love in that friendship, a great deal of love in that friendship. This person also wants to be loved. They want to be loved and valued and respected. They've been short on that in their lifetime. And as you become good at loving and caring and sharing, and befriending, you'll find you're very successful. So I think that the power of loving in all of its variations is the key factor in getting better.
So I want to make sure I'm getting this from you, that what made the difference was the ability to love.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask both of you to answer this next question. Sure. I'll hand mine to you after I ask the question. And the question is, you heard this, you used this term I've never heard before, but I like it, the rent-a-friend. And in my own patients, that seems to be what most of them think a counselor is. And it strikes me that you didn't use it as the goal state of what it's like to see your counselor. So what do you do as a person engaged in the practice of being that person for someone to try to help someone who thinks you're going to be their rent-a-friend? How do you draw them out of that?
Since they mostly referred to me by doctors, they expected me to be a scientist, which I am. So in my initial interview or two, I'm looking for all the physical disorders that might be account for the symptoms. And often I find that they have physical symptoms. These may need doctors and medicine and pills for. Of course, with wide variety, they do not need that. So I think that's my big job. So I'm with broader education, and they expect that from me. To find out, is this physical sickness, we usually center the term, or is this a psychological or spiritual problem? And they're hoping I'll tease that apart for them, and I do my very best to do that. Other people that have lost their faith. This is a devastating thing to lose, because the people who help you lose your faith usually don't give you a new faith that's anywhere near as strong as the one you had. So you're then left faithless. And that's not a good state to be in. To try to find that new faith for yourself is very difficult. So the therapist, there to help the person reestablish faith. Not the same faith that they had, or maybe parts of it. So I see that as a key part of reestablishing their faith. As a special friend, ensure that find that they don't have a disease that need pills and surgery for, and to become a loving friend to them, which are very hard to come by. And to become one of those is it's a very exciting day to go to love all these people. I had this pastor friend, and I said, "But I'm a professional lover." And he was very quick. He said, "So am I." whenever possible, but weave humor. I'm not very humorous myself, but I ask them to bring me jokes, because nobody tells psychiatrists jokes. So I encourage them, bring a joke in about, of course, they always bring a psychiatrist joke, I have to put down, So that laugh together is a very healing force, a very healing force. Yeah. So I think we laugh at their troubles and that they also. Exactly.
That's good. That's good.
So basically your question is, how do you open up people to the idea that they can get better?
Something.
Yeah. But I think a lot of people, well, where I work is a little bit different because I'm in a big city, so therapy is, a lot of people have an idea of what it is already, and a lot of the people I see have already had therapy. But I think that there's some things that, well, first of all, one of the reasons I was very interested, one thing that brought me to this corner was Jordan Peterson, like I did a lot of you. But two reasons I wanted to study his lectures is he was very interested in Carl Rogers and he was very interested in Viktor Frankl. And Carl Rogers has a term called unconditional positive regard, meaning that no matter who the person is in front of you, you just what I said, unconditional positive regard. I mean, I don't even really need to go into what it is. Viktor Frankl is the is the person that we most, maybe Jordan Peterson and John Vervaeke today, but before these guys, we associated meaning in life with Viktor Frankl. And these are two things I think that these are two ways in with people is, as Dr. Gary said, loving them in that way, in the full, in the full human being that they are, and being that, loving them is unconditional positive regard, and that's something that can be very novel to someone, not to feel like they're being pushed back against or criticized or looked at in some kind of way. The other way is introducing people to the notion that they can orchestrate their own personal philosophy, and this philosophy, their worldview, what they really feel and think, what they really believe, and maybe even more transcendent elements is going to give them some kind of meaning and worldview in their life that they haven't had before. That they've been, given certain ways to think and feel and been educated in certain ways, and that they can actually break out of that. That they actually have the agency and capacity to reorient themselves and have a worldview based on who they really are. And remember, with the unconditional positive regard, you're getting to the real person. And from that real person, you can develop your world philosophy, your personal philosophy, your personal worldview based on who you actually are, not what you've been taught to think and believe. And that goes into the third element, which means a lot of times people, there's a trope, of course, that your parents cause all your problems, but there's a way of breaking that down to where you don't have to blame your parents or your relationship with them as the actual human beings they are today, for example. It's just the attunement between their parents and themselves is no matter how great your parents are, there's going to be areas of suboptimal times. I mean, some worse than others, but even if you have great secure attachment, there's still tweaks and adjustments from childhood that you bear with you throughout your life, and those have to sort of be, kind of finessed, understood and finessed out and reconfigured in a way that works. They're parts of, and one thing I use a lot is parts of self, and people don't realize, and one thing that's really, really liberating to people is to understand that within us are different personalities that are often in conflict with each other. And if you over-identify with one personality, the bad part of you, and you think this is your totality, then no wonder you're in distress. And to understand that there are different parts, which is the way I see it, so this is my opinion, it's not, but I think most theories have some element of this. Then, you have kind of, you have a congregation within you that you're trying to get along, and that means that you are all these parts, and that makes you, and altogether you're your whole self. And I think that's about it. I mean, there's other things, but those are the main things.
So Gary said something about loving people, and he will not likely tell you this himself, but I have the good fortune of having lunch with Gary once a week. And that's why I'm as emotionally well-adjusted and balanced as I am. But what actually happens often during that time is that Gary is able to engage waitresses, and they somehow feel compelled to tell their woes about their relationship with their fiancés or their boyfriends, and why their job search is not going right, and what educational aspirations they might have. And here he sits across the table from me and just loving on them. And I am very pleased to be able to observe that. So that's a compliment, Gary, for you. Yeah.
So first of all, on Thursday we went and played paintball, and then we all went to the pizza. I ran into Karen Wong, and I was happy to see her, and she told me one of the main reasons she was here was that she was excited to see you and talk to you, Spilla. And I have not encountered your work up to this point, but I am quite suddenly understanding why that might be the case for her. Because as far as I can tell, what you've just put forward is something like an instantiation or a way to do therapy in the modern Western context that actually integrates what John is doing. I mean, you just explicated agape. That's what you like, and I'm sorry. If you don't know what it's like to practice medicine, you don't know what it's like to. I will often at my work say to other physicians, PAs, practitioners, that I think of working in modern Western medicine as no man's land of World War I. The trauma happening to people's souls it's devastating. It's bad enough, it's awful for patients, and it's worse for doctors. And they don't know a way out, but they're there, right? The gas shells are falling behind them and the barbed wire's in front of them, and they are there. And so that's what I'm feeling right now, so thank you. Something that has been important to me is the notion that the philosopher is the doctor of the soul. And I take that very seriously. And I think that maybe to the degree that we've lost the connection between being a doctor of the soul and a doctor of the body is a part of why we are where we are. And Gary, you talked about the necessity of distinguishing whether it's a physical illness or an illness of the soul, if you're okay with that term there. And that you have to rule out the possibility of a sickness with the body before you move on to the soul in the current model. And this is something I'm very interested in, and I've read a lot about this question of how the interpenetration of mental health problems and physical illness, how that's a continuum and there's not a sharp distinction, most likely, possibly. And And so I'd love to hear you talk more about that, where you see where you would distinguish between a physical illness and an illness of the soul, and maybe how to suggest what wisdom you have of addressing them simultaneously if that's.
Well, the person coming in hopes that their specialist, is thinking of every possibility of why they're in trouble, they're sick, and considering all those factors. And since I've been trained as a physician, I'd love to be a physician. I always keep all those possible symptoms in mind. What else could this be, but besides what I think it is? You have questions about that. Or you could call your doctor back and say, well, have you really checked this? A case came to me a long time ago, a young man, he was sick, he was vomiting, his girlfriend had dropped him, and his mother brought him in. She said, we're going to take him to our hospital back in Denver. So that I was a new doctor in town. And so I brought him in to see me, and so I'm talking to him, and he's telling me about his girlfriend. And I knew her. They're people, but I thought, these kind of people are too tough to take a dropped girl and get this sick. And the mother said, well, he's been vomiting, so it just flies out of him. The word came explosive vomiting, bingo, brain tumor, brain pressure. So instead of just getting out my instrument and looking in his eyes to see if he had pressure, I called my next door neighbor, doctor, and said, look, I think this guy's got pressure in his brain. So I walked him over there, and sure enough, he did have that in his brain. Got a neurosurgeon, he's alive today, that's very good. He's alive. He would have been dead if he ever got an airplane, he would have been dead. So this is what they expect of the doctors. If the therapists, they don't expect that of them. But I had that kind of knowledge. So I've turned up many illnesses that are masqueraded as social problems. But primarily they are social problems. That's what I do primarily every day. So knowing what the symptoms could be is a key factor. If you don't know, find out.
I could only comment with limitations because of the the physical illness aspect. I'm always in relationship with a psychiatrist for that part of it. If it's a malady of the soul, that's just the beginning of hopefully a fruitful inquiry. And one thing I should mention is I think people are frightened. And again, I work primarily in Washington, D.C., very secular society, let's just say. I think people are frightened of the idea of transcendence. A lot of what we're doing here in this little corner is trying to figure out how to overcome materialistic thinking. Robert Pirsig would call it subject-object thinking. And I think the notion that that's a possibility hasn't even occurred to people. And that in itself, that paradigm shift is spectacular, I think, to mending the maladies of the soul.
So some people are afraid of the transcendent. But I also know that some people are afraid of therapists because of that. Because you were gracious enough, and I appreciate that, and I know where Gary generally is coming from, all great admirers of Carl Rogers and unconditional positive regard. But when I was in seminary, I had to write a paper contrasting Carl Rogers with, anybody know? Anybody know who is the obvious counterpart of Carl Rogers?
Sigmund Freud.
Maybe, but no.
Your mom?
How about if I say, how many of you know, how many of you know this name, Jay Adams? Oh, now we're talking. Yeah. Jay Adams, of course, knew the will of God, or he at least was able to point people to the will of God and told them that if they would correct their lives according to these principles, their problems would be over. And he actually practiced that way. There still are a few people left in Southern California who do this kind of thing. I know some of them, and that scares me. So that would be the kind of transcendence that I would be afraid of in the mental health profession.
But you're not guilty.
No, I hope not.
Can we ask questions?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So, one thing that you said earlier about observing Gary when you're together. Sorry, I'll try to speak louder so I can hear. Here we go. Thanks, John. Yeah, so one of the things that struck me as I was listening to you describe your observations of Gary is one of the paradigms that I feel like that we have that might be good to think about reconfiguring is the separation, right, of the particularity of each of your professions and how you study and practice versus taking a holistic approach of addressing the whole person. And I think people have made the point that psychiatrists almost serve the purpose of a good friend in a way that, like, you know, did we always need to have that as a profession? I'm just wondering the kind of skill that you have based on, I want to ask if it's based on your training. Is it based on something that you gained in your academic studies from your practicing? Because I'm thinking, if we could put you out of work, would that not be a good thing? If we could all learn how to do the same thing and serve the function of a psychiatrist just within our own circles, which is kind of like what I see Estuary as kind of doing, something like that. And I see Estuary also as a training program in this way. So I'm wondering if you could comment, because there's also the fact that the academic training does not necessarily make for a good psychiatrist or a good social worker. I would imagine you probably agree with that too. So what is the element of the training or of how can we arrive at putting you out of work, if that's not too bad of a question to ask?
Eliminate malpractice
Well, that's a wonderful question. There was always professional competition going on, always. That's what human beings do. I always thought we were the best people, and that the psychologists thought they were smarter than we were, and some of all that was true, and some of it was bull. So I decided that I was going to respect everybody who had a different degree than mine. They had to demonstrate that they were as good as they could be in their profession, and they always had my respect. And we were different, but they were highly competent. So I didn't have any real competition with them. If I wasn't good enough to collect referrals from other people, they said, go back to see Dr. Foreman, he's a good doctor. And they said, well, I thought it was a lot cheaper and better than you are. So be it. But I always had work. So I think a little healthy competition is good. And neither one is got a corner on all the wonderful needs that people have. We have a lot of suffering people. A lot of people who've come here are suffering. So many of the folks got parts of them that's suffering. And I kind of would like to use the word suffering rather than sickness. Because the sickness is kind of medical. But suffering, if all of us know suffering, it is really bad to suffer. And some help us reduce that suffering or overcome it completely. Anybody could do that, I respect.
Well, I don't mean anything by this, but what I mean, which is, I don't think this is a very good time for a therapist to go into business. And I think that, just thinking here, well, how am I gonna answer this question? I think that as long as we have a culture that overvalues the wrong things and undervalues the right things, we're gonna have a very difficult time helping each other recover, because if your whole cohort is caught up in the way the culture is now, who is gonna come in and, where are you gonna get a different opinion from? So maybe, I would say people should, a lot of people would say go back to church or have a spiritual practice, but even spirituality can be quite corrupt. And I think you all know what I mean. And, like, again, in a big city, you have a lot of, I think mindfulness practice is a great thing, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of commodification of Eastern practices. Yeah. And so that's going to be a hard place to go. It's kind of feel good. It doesn't give you, how to deal with. So it's not a great time. And to get rid of outside objective assistance. And if it's not, if people aren't ready to go back to a true spiritual practice, then I don't know where else there is. So that's the only way I could really answer it right now.
I'd like to answer or provide part of the answer.
Well, there's a question.
I'd like to provide.
sure.
I just want to, because there's something here that I would like to talk about really quickly. Because part of, if I understood you correctly, Corey, part of your question, which was a great question, was what is it that differentiates the practitioners who are really caring for the person, the whole person? At least that's part of what I understood from you.
Yeah, and what can we gain from that?
Yeah.
Like we as non-practitioners.
Right. And so I think something that Gary pointed to, I'd like to riff on, if that's okay. You know how I used that metaphor analogy of World War I earlier? Mm-hmm. People who are under a lot of threat tend to either crumble or become somewhat narcissistic. And a lot of what I experience in medicine is, I'm not gonna call it full-blown narcissism, but there's a lot of ego. There's a lot of ego, there's a lot of infighting, there's a lot of competition.
Especially the cardiologist.
Especially the cardiologist. It's yeah, that's not a joke.
I did.
I'll give you an example. I'm part of a private practice that practices in a relatively medium-sized town. There's one hospital that serves a large population, and the cath lab, which is where we do our main procedures, is the money-making center for the hospital. Like, hospitals don't make money on people who are laying in the hospital bed. They make money on outpatient procedures, and especially cardiology's outpatient procedures. This lab supported the hospital in a large part, $15+ million a year. There were two cardiology groups in town, mine and another private practice, and for unbelievably trivial reasons and egotism, on both sides, the two private practices started their own. They built a $10 million building and started their own outpatient cath lab, and so they have completely undermined the hospital's primary income source. And it's a thing that's happening, and the people who are really suffering from it is the community and the doctors themselves who are in it. So that's just an example. Sorry, it's a little bit long-winded, but it's an example of the kind of thing that starts happening when a group of people feels under threat and they start pointing fingers at each other and start devouring each other. And there's a flip that Gary pointed to. When you recognize the value in the other person, and that you are in a synergistic relationship with them. And I think that gets down to the fundamental thing that we're all really here looking for, is this flip to where the relationship. Okay, so now I'm going to switch to John Vervaeke language a little bit. The relationship of me to another person, their technical capabilities, their knowledge, their personality, their ego is deeply valuable, but it is incidental in the sense that there's a person underneath them with whom I am in love. That's one of the deepest ways I can say it. And when that happens, this is what John is on with the Dialogos. This is where that's going. Is that when you get that I-thou relationship, then all the stuff that's stacked on top of it, all the academics, all the training, all the ideas and philosophies and all this stuff, right? It's not very important if we don't have that happening, right? Because if we don't have this happening, and in fact, if we're fighting against each other in some sense, right? If you're familiar with Jordan Hall, you might be familiar with the distinction of game A and game B. That's part of what I'm pointing to here, is if you don't have that kind of orientation toward each other, you're not going to be generating healing. And so that's what we need.
That is a great final word there, because I was told by the ladies in the kitchen that if we would not get out of here by 5:15, that they would forcefully kick us out. So it is 5:15. I don't know how we want to wrap this up. I mean, if we want to move the whole thing, wait, okay, Jacob has a solution.
Anybody who works in mental health probably has noticed there's all kinds of problems within mental health. If the people who are here today are interested in helping actually move mental health forward, Catherine and Eamon Wilson, both of them work in mental health, and we're hoping to somehow get people together who want to work in mental health towards a less politicized and more scientific and more spiritual, and we're recruiting, yes, integrated, and we're recruiting. So consider reaching out to Catherine and Eamon. Eamon is a psychologist. Catherine is the
Family therapist.
and hopefully we'll get many more people involved.